Hello, everybody. Just give me a second. Let me just go live on TikTok as well. Hello, everybody. My name is Summers, and welcome to the stream, our final stream of WrestleMania week. And yeah, it's the Raw after Mania. But we've got a bit of time to chat, so we're going to chat about the WrestleMania weekend, our thoughts on it, and all that sort of stuff. It. Sorry, hang on a minute. Um, give me a second. There we go. Yeah, I mean, we will have a chat. Um, um, about the WrestleMania weekend and what our thoughts were about some of the things that happened, the matches, all that sort of stuff. But of course, before I hope I didn't just knock that camera badly. No. Um, before we do that, of course, as always, I have to introduce uh my co-host for the streams. It is, of course, the real soft cat, aka Professor Wigglytuff.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you had a great weekend and a good start to the week. Yeah, WrestleMania 42 is now in the books, as they say. We now roll on to Backlash in May and the road to the next WrestleMania. A lot of surprises came out from this weekend. The return of Paige, in my opinion, the surprise of AJ Lee and um, Stephanie Vaquer dropping their belts. I thought those were big surprises. And of course, the big talking point of the weekend, Brock Lesnar seemingly retiring after his squash defeat by Obafemi. Lots of questions to be answered tonight on Raw. Might we see some appearances, returns? Who knows? But it's always one of the most exciting Raws of the year, the Raw after WrestleMania. So yeah, I look forward to talking about the weekend's events and previewing Raw. But for now, it's back to you, Tom.
Thank you, thank you. Sorry, yeah, I mean, look, it's been a bit of a mixed weekend. I can't say it's not been. As a big WWE fan, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say it's been an amazing weekend. I'm always honest about the WWE product when it's good, when it's bad. I'm not like these AEW fanboys who can't admit when AEW is bad. They just say it's good all the time, regardless. But I'm not going to get into that. I can admit when things are bad and when things are not so great. And it was a mixed weekend, and we're gonna get into talking about it shortly. But it's it's WrestleMania, and sometimes you have sometimes you have WrestleManias that just aren't as good as others, and sometimes you have WrestleManias that are just not that great, and it does happen. I mean, we've had many WrestleManias in our time that haven't been great, and you know, um, one of them WrestleManias was this year, although Night Two did sort of save this year in a way. But like I said before, we t- bef- like I said before, we get on to talking about night two, we're going to start off, of course, by talking about night one. And night one was definitely the worst night of the weekend in terms of WrestleMania. But let's get into it, and let me give you my reasons, and let my co-host give you his reasons as to why we weren't so impressed with night one. So we started off with the 6-man tag match. It was the Usos and LA Knight defeating Logan Paul, Austin Theory, and ISHO Speed. And I just felt that this match, I felt that this match, I felt like it was. It's difficult. I felt like it was all about ISHO Speed in his first official WWE match. I felt like that was all that it was concentrated on. It wasn't, they weren't concentrating on the fact that it was a WrestleMania match, that it was kicking off WrestleMania weekend. It was just all about IShow Speed in his very first match. And don't get me wrong, it's a big moment for IShow Speed himself. Just give me a second. Just had to ban that guy. I mean, I don't know if he's being legit or not, but I'd rather not take the chance. But anyway, yeah, like I was saying, the match just felt like it was, obviously big moment for IShow Speed, but I felt like it was I felt like the match was far too much focused on IShow Speed and giving IShow Speed a big moment, and the match sort of paid for it in that way. But yeah, nah, not a great way to kick off WrestleMania weekend at all. And a very forgetful match. I mean, I've even forgot like some of the things that happened in that match. That's how forgettable it was. But yeah, not a great way to kick off WrestleMania weekend. What did you think?
Yeah, I thought it was a bit of a boring start, really. And again, one of those storylines that I just felt didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It was just a match just to fill the card. Yeah, I just wasn't enthralled by it. Probably one of the worst matches on the card, I would say.
If not the worst, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next match on the card for Saturday was the unsanctioned match, Jacob Fatu versus Drew McIntyre. Now, this was one of the matches that I was looking forward to the most. Because I knew it was unsanctioned. I knew these two, really, really hated each other. I knew it was going to be a brutal match. I knew it was going to be a personal match. And it was a good match. Like, I'm not saying it wasn't a good match. It just didn't deliver like I thought it was going to deliver. Like, um, you know, that's, that's my issue with that match. I mean, it just wasn't, you know, it just wasn't as good as I was envisioning. Although it was a good match, maybe my expectations were too high. But then again, in an unsanctioned match where literally anything goes, and you've got two brutal guys like Jake Fatu and Drew McIntyre in it, forgive me for having high expectations for it. But yeah, I don't really know what else to say about that match. It was a good match. It was one of the better matches of night one, but that's not saying much, to be honest. But yeah, not good match, but not as good as it could have been. What did you think?
Yeah, again, not as great as it could have been. Surprised Fatu got the win. As I said, that's now two rather big matches in the past few months that Drew has kind of lost. He started the year as champion, and now here he is. Lost the title to Cody, and then lost at WrestleMania. So it's going to be interesting to see where Drew goes from here. What they're going to be doing with him, in the short and the long term. I'm sure they will. He'll find his way back into a main event picture of sorts
Yeah.
at some point. But it seems for now they're going in a bit of a different direction, and we could have the likes of, Obafemi, Jey Uso,
Opa.
Fatu,
Mm,
others, gunning for world titles or whatnot. So we'll wait and see.
yeah. Um. So then the next match on the card was the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship match, Fatal Four Way. It, of course, was Bailey and Lyra versus Charlotte and Alexa Bliss versus the then champions Nia Jax and Lash Legend against the Bella Twins, or at least it was supposed to be the Bella Twins. Hi, JST Killer. Hello, Drew's taking time off to fill Highlander, I believe. Yes, he is. So we won't see him for a little while now. That's why he lost the championship, I believe, as well. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, so then it was supposed to be the Bella twins, but then obviously there's been rumors circulating about whether Nikki would be ready in time for WrestleMania because of her ankle injury. I believe she sprained it, and there's also, I think she said there's also a fracture in it as well. So she not only fractured it but sprained it as well, and ouch. But unfortunately, she wasn't ready in time, and I say unfortunately. In a way, it is fortunate at the same time. Although I never would wish an injury on anyone, it was fortunate at the same time because we got the return of one of the greatest women to ever be in the WWE. I mean, that's my opinion, but I do believe that. I think she legitimately is a great women's wrestler. Um, that being Paige, of course, aka Soraya. Um, and she teamed with Brie Bella, and they became the new women's tag team champions. Um, Match was not the best, but not bad. Um, but the match was made good just by the fact that Paige was there and she'd returned and got all clear from WWE as well. Because if you remember, she was around in WWE for at least a year and a half, where she just couldn't get cleared. She was the SmackDown general manager, I believe, for a bit, and she just couldn't get cleared. And then she left because she got fed up because she thought she could wrestle, but WWE just won't clear her. She went to AEW where she did get cleared. She had a relatively decent run, and then finally she's come back home, um, and she's finally got cleared, and she's had her another WrestleMania moment. Amazing for Paige. Match wasn't the best in terms of the actual match itself, but yeah, it will be a memorable match mainly because of the Paige return. And I'm very happy to see her home. What did you think?
Yeah, I think it was a great moment seeing Paige return after so many years, after all those injuries. And, I know we kind of disagree on this point, but I think she had a decent enough run in AEW, had a great moment at Wembley, and now is back to hopefully create some new moments in WWE. You know, time is on her side. She's only 33. She could easily excuse me, got a bit of a cold. If health and her neck, holds up for all that time, she could have another, a career for another, 5 to 10 years. So let's see what the future holds for her. Looking forward to that. Other than that, I thought the match itself was okay. But I think it was all about Paige, wasn't it? Really, and everything else
Yeah,
became a bit of an afterthought. But
yeah,
we will, as I said, we'll wait and see what the future holds. But
yeah.
I think we can be, what's the word? Optimistic that it's gonna look good.
Yeah. um, JST Killer says, I think we need a rebrand of the women's tag belts. In what way do you mean? And how would you rebrand the women's tag belts?
As in a
Uh,
new design, or
well, that's what I'm asking now.
a
Um,
rebrand of the division, or
so the next match on the card was a match that I was personally looking forward to as a big fan of AJ Lee, always have been. It was the Becky Lynch versus AJ Lee match for the Women's Intercontinental Championship. Uh, and yeah, it was a decent match. I thought AJ Lee put on a great performance. I thought Becky Lynch, very similar, but I just felt like it was very very rushed, which a lot of night one was, and then it didn't end the way it should have done. AJ Lee should have retained, but it does look very very likely that from what I saw afterwards, an interview from AJ Lee, she said that she's taking another break, and so that's obviously why she lost, because she's going to be going away for a little bit now, but she'll be back. Um, you know. she'll be back. She signed a multi-year contract, so she's not going anywhere. But yeah, it looks like she's going to be taking a break. But yeah, still wasn't happy that AJ Lee lost. But in a way, if she is having a break, it does make sense. What did you think?
Yeah, I think even if she was taking a break for a while, there's no reason why she could have still she could have still had the win, and they could have explained it in some way or another. But um, I guess I was hoping for her big WrestleMania return, she would get the win. But it didn't happen. Other than that, the match itself, nothing special, nothing memorable. Yeah, both had interesting entrances. Uh, Becky coming out to her theme being performed,
Yeah,
and then AJ Lee having little AJ's accompany her to the ring,
yeah,
which, you know, obviously ties in with AJ Lee's appeal to little girls, so including Becky's daughter. So that would have been funny if Becky's daughter had come out
yeah. That would
accompanying
have been
AJ
hilarious.
Lee.
um. Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah. There we are. That's that match. Anyway, next. Gunter versus there we are. Gunter. Gunter against Seth freaking Rollins. Now this, unlike Gunter's last two matches, which was against AJ Styles, and John Cena, this one was not a retirement match because Seth Rollins isn't going anywhere yet. Ah, yes, the car. Um,
The van.
the van. Um, but yeah, it wasn't a retirement match. It wasn't a career match. But it was just a match that Gunter, decided to have so he could have a favor from Paul Heyman, whatever that may be. But yeah, your standard Gunter match. It was pretty good. Gunter doesn't really put on bad matches, although he's a boring character in terms of in ring. He always puts on good matches, as does Seth. So it was a pretty good match. It was probably the best match of night two, in my opinion. Sorry, night one. Best match of night one. But like I said, that's not really saying much. And yeah, it was just it was good. I don't really have a lot to say about it. But yeah, it was a good match.
Yeah, I think it was one of the better matches on the card for night one. A predictable victory. Braun Breaker made his return. I wasn't particularly excited about that or anything. I think I've, made clear I'm not a massive fan of Braun Breaker. Not so much anything against him as a human being. I just feel his whole gimmick's just a bit,
Yeah.
you know, we've seen it before. You know, big guy comes in, does a spear, blah blah blah. How many
Mm.
times are we going to see that over and over again?
Yeah.
Um, Interesting to see where it goes from here now with Paul Heyman.
Mm.
But yeah,
Um. Yeah. Next match was the Women's World Championship match: Liv Morgan versus Stephanie McCur. A match that I was very, very hyped for. Probably one of the matches I was hyped for the most over the weekend. I expected a good 15, 20-minute match. The two absolutely beating the shit out of each other because it was a very personal rivalry. And then, one of them winning. What we got was a 6.5-minute match where Stephanie McCur lost in pretty quick fashion. Um, taking one Oblivion, did kick out of that one and then another one, and she ended up losing the championship, which I felt was really shit because she'd had some amazing matches during her run, and she looked like it was going to be very hard to take that championship off her, and all it took was a distraction from Liv Morgan's Judgment Day mates, and Stephanie McCur lost the championship. It's like, to me, having known what Liv Morgan's like, I thought Stephanie McCurl would be a little bit smarter than that. But it's not her fault. It's the way the match was booked and it was the way it was choreographed. But yeah, very very annoyed with that match. I felt not annoyed so much that Liv Morgan won the championship, although I did want Stephanie to retain. I'm more annoyed at the fact that it was such a short match and Stephanie McCurl was relatively beaten relatively easily, which is not what Stephanie's been about ever since she joined WWE. And I'm talking about when she joined NXT. She's been very hard to beat even since the start of NXT. So for her to lose as easily as she did, I just felt it was very, very bad. Um, taking nothing away from Liv Morgan, she's very talented, but yeah, wasn't happy with that match at all.
Yeah, I pretty much echo the same. I thought Stephanie Becker was going to get her moment with a convincing win. Not happy. It's just like a typical Raw episode where the Judgment Day interview get the win. Um, yeah, didn't enjoy it.
Mm.
If anything, I'm kind of bored of the Judgment Day now.
Yeah, me too.
It's kind of lost its appeal without
Mm.
Finn, Damian Priest, and Rhea Ripley. It is time at some point they go their separate ways. But
Mm.
yeah, uh, that was one of the, I would say, one of the worst moments of the weekend.
Yeah, no doubt. Just before we get to the next part of night one, um, JST Killer said like a redesign of the women's belts. Okay, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, WWE do have a habit of changing belts when when the same belt's been around for a little while, so they may do that. I wouldn't be opposed to that. He also said, I do feel like TKO are trying to take more control of creative and booking, especially in night one's main event, with Pat and Jelly Roll getting involved and Cody retaining. I mean, there was a meme that I saw online earlier today where it said that night one was TKO's booking, night two was WWE's booking. So basically, night one was TKO's booking, night two was Triple H's booking. And in a way, it makes sense because some of the decisions and the way that night one went and the people that won are typical TKO sort of people who TKO would want on top, who will make them the most money. Whereas night two sort of went the opposite, where it was like, matches were good, people that won the people that won should have won apart from the main event, which we'll get to in a little bit. Um, but yeah, that meme, even though it was a meme, it sort of made sense. But anyway, so JC kind of says there's a reason that the Women's World Championship match was short. Both women were banged up and they didn't want to injure them further. I don't know whether I believe that or not. I know that Liv Morgan did have a bit of a concussion, I believe, after she clocked heads with Roxanne Perez, but I don't believe that that was the reason the match was short because lots of matches were short on night one. I think it
But
was just
that
short for the
doesn't
sake. Uh,
that doesn't really explain the crappy ending to the match.
Yeah, a lot of fair few matches were short during night one, so I don't know if I believe that or not. I'm not saying you're a liar, JSC Killer, but I think that you've obviously found that from like a rumor somewhere, but I don't believe that rumor. Anyway, the next part of night one, it was a probably the happiest moment of night one, where Bianca Belair came out and announced that she is having a baby with Tez. Montez Ford. What a moment it was! It was good to see Bianca Belair back after all this time. Of course, the last time we saw her was last year's WrestleMania, where she injured her finger, and her fingers just hasn't set over the last year. That's why she's not been back, and now she's pregnant, so it's going to be even longer until we see her back in the ring. But very happy for Bianca and Tez. Absolutely. And what a moment it was, and it was a lovely moment. And like I said, it was probably the happiest I felt during night one. Um, Anything to add?
No, again, yeah, great news for them. I've had the pleasure of meeting them both on two occasions. Great individuals. Yeah. Um, I'm just looking at the chat. JST Killers raised a valid point, but we'll come to that. I think let's come to that bit after we've talked about the main event because that ties in perfectly with
Yeah.
two of the issues that I had with
Yeah.
night one and the whole weekend. So
Okay.
we'll respond to your comment in a bit, JST Killer.
Yeah.
We'll come.
Um. So then, obviously, then we get to our main event of night one: Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton. Now, you, if you don't think about anything else in this match, who was involved, whether it be Jelly Roll, whether it be Pat McAfee, if you just think about the two individuals themselves, you think, wow, they're going to put on an amazing match because Cody Rhodes is great in the ring. Randy Orton is one of the best in the ring that WWE's ever had, in my opinion. So you think, wow, they're going to put on a good match, a great match. And the match itself wasn't bad. Like the match itself, the wrestling in the match itself wasn't bad. There was a story being told in the match where Cody was doing sort of heelish things and sort of teasing a possible heel turn. He was showing that he was finally willing to do what he needed to do to retain that championship. Whereas in the past, he's always been very sort of hesitant. He wasn't in this match. He did what he had to do to retain, whether it be a poke to the eye, whether it be a low blow, whatever it may be. He proved that he was willing to go that extra mile now. And the match itself, in terms of the storytelling and the wrestling, between the two of them wasn't bad. It was a decent match. However, the whole Pat McAfee thing made the match, to a point, a joke. I mean, Pat McAfee was taken out relatively early into the match, and I was like, oh, yes, get in. Hopefully that means that Pat's not going to be involved in this match anymore. I don't know who I was kidding. Of course he was going to be. And then, of course, the referee got took out, and Pat McAfee came out dressed in a referee's shirt, which literally couldn't have been legal in terms of WWE's rules, and went to count the pin uh, on Cody from Randy, and then obviously Cody kicked out, and then Randy turned on Pat McAfee and RKO'd him, and that's the last time we saw Pat involved in the match. And I just thought that whole part, just to me, ruined the match because it's like, where was the sense in Randy Orton turning on Pat? Was he annoyed because Pat seemingly did a slow count because it did seem relatively slow, or what? Like all that, I don't need Pat McAfee, but I want him. All that sort of shit just to turn on him like that. That part didn't make sense, and then the whole Pat McAfee running down with a ref shirt on just didn't make just was awful, and that ruined the match for me. The match itself, the wrestling and the storytelling within it, from a Cody Rhodes point of view, where he was teasing like a heel turn and finally willing to go that extra mile, was great. But it was ruined by Pat McAfee, and I don't even know why he needed to be involved. It was a very, very, very much a TKO decision, and it shouldn't have been one that they made. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, I think that kind of ruined the storyline. Having Pat McAfee involved, and even to this day, I still don't understand why he was involved. But excuse
Cool.
me, it ruined what I felt should have been a great main event. It didn't need anyone involved other than Randy and Cody. It could have showed both men going to the edge, doing what they need to do to win the match. And in the end, we're just going to remember it for the fact that Pat McAfee was involved
Yeah.
for nobody knows what reason. And that was night one, basically, which was a
Yeah.
disappointment. But
Um.
but I think now would be a good time to kind of address the points that are raised in the chat. And I think the one thing I noticed more this year than other years were the amount of commercials and promos for the ridiculous Hulk Hogan documentary. Now, I understand we're now in a different era for WWE's events. They're no longer pay per views in the traditional sense. These are now either broadcast on ESPN or whatever. So, I know not ESPN, Netflix or ESPN, and part of the revenue generated is through commercials. But I lost count the number of times we needed to be constantly told about the new Street Fighter movie or the new Mortal Kombat movie or, the bloody Hulk Hogan documentary, which must have had 5 or 6 5-minute long promos in night one alone, and then night two again on night two, meaning that over the course of the weekend, about an hour of runtime was taken up by Hulk Hogan's documentary. And, you know, if this is a sign of what's to come in the future, then, it's going to be more about the adverts than it is the actual matches. So that was my big disappointment of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's the first point I'll raise, but yeah, go on, you continue.
I have to agree, and I don't want to dwell too much on it because we've not got a lot of time. We'll need to get through night two, but and then I want to talk about the preview for Raw as well. But yeah, I mean, look, it was very obvious by my reactions over the weekend whenever there was a Hulk Hogan commercial came on, or commercial in general, but mainly the Hulk Hogan ones. I muted it because it was too much. It was too much. Like, I get it that there's a Hulk Hogan commercial coming on. Sorry, a Hulk Hogan documentary coming out. And I get the fact that they wanted to pay tribute in some way to Hulk Hogan, with it being the first WrestleMania since he passed away. I get it. I understand it. As much as my personal feelings about the man, I understand that WWE are going to want to, you know, uh, pay some sort of tribute to him on the first WrestleMania after his passing. He was a big star for WWE. A lot of people say without him, WWE wouldn't be where it is today. I don't believe that, but a lot of people do say that, and WWE believe that. So, and they wanted to pay tribute to him in some way, but the way they did it was not. Um, they it should not. The way they did it, it shouldn't have been that way. Why did we need like a repeat of the same three videos promo in the documentary? Why did we need the same three fucking videos over and over again just to pay tribute to Hulk Hogan? We didn't. We didn't. If I have nothing against them advertising it during the WrestleMania weekend because it's a big documentary that's coming out. I have no issue with that. Do one advert or maybe one advert on each night about it, and then that's it, and then maybe do an advert about Street Fighter on each night and maybe Mortal Kombat on each night, and then that's it. Just one of each on each night. That's enough. And then the other like commercial breaks that you want to take, like show us packages for some of the matches coming up, like why the matches are happening and stuff like that, because that's what used to happen. But of course, showing packages for matches doesn't really make them money, so they're not going to do that. They want to do commercials about something that's going to make them money. You know what I mean? So it was annoying, and it was one of my big bugbears of the weekend. And it's WrestleMania at the end of the day, and we shouldn't be getting commercials in any PLE, never mind WrestleMania. It was so annoying. And, but like I said, I don't want to dwell on it too much because we do need to get through night two. But yeah,
Yeah, there's one other big point that I think we need to discuss, and it. I know we've talked about this a fair few times, but I do feel the point needs to be made about the Hall of Fame because I do feel in all the years we've watched this or I've watched this and we talk about our criticisms of the Hall of Fame. I do feel that this year it kind of really came to the forefront, and you know, okay, I'm not going to go dwell too much on the Stephanie McMahon induction. I've made my thoughts clear on that before. She's not really there on merit, but it is what it is. A lot has been said by a lot of people, including the family, about Sid's induction and the way it was just basically tacked on in the legacy wing without even a speech. And depending on what you're reading or what stories you're reading, some are suggesting that the family were offered the opportunity to do a speech and they declined. The family are coming out saying that they weren't offered the opportunity to do a speech, or that they weren't happy about the fact that there was no promo of him in any of the merchandise, or that there was no, sort of that they felt he deserved a better slot than what he got. And it appears that unofficially or officially, TKO's stance now is that for the most part, with most deceased wrestlers, that they will be now from this point on if they're being inducted, will be in the legacy wing. As opposed to obviously, there will be a number of examples of individuals who will probably get a full speech. For example, maybe Bray Wyatt. But yeah, I have to agree with a lot of the critics and the family. I think arguably of all the people who were inducted on the card that night, dare I say this, even more so than AJ Styles, Sid was a very, very significant individual. Love him or hate him. He was a two-time WWF champion, a two-time WCW champion, headlined WrestleMania twice. He beat a number of big name individuals in his career, had feuds with some of the biggest and the most well known superstars in history, whether it was Hulk Hogan, The Undertaker, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Yokozuna, Kevin Nash, Goldberg, um, Sting, Ric Flair. This was a big name individual. There would have been no shortage of big stars lining up to induct him. And why they did that, I really don't know. Uh, I'm not going to say for one moment Sid was up there in popularity with the likes of probably a lot of those people that I named, but he was still a well known, big name individual. And I'm sure neither of us can deny that. And the fact that, on a WrestleMania weekend at an event that he did headline twice, he was just basically put in as an afterthought, I think was disgraceful. Um, who made that decision? I don't know. But, ultimately, it was deeply disappointing.
Mm.
And, to think that that could be the last time we see Sid referenced on WWE TV was just really, really sad. And I don't know your thoughts on that because, you know, of all the sort of past wrestlers we've discussed, Sid's been one that we've not really discussed an awful lot. What do you think? What do you make of that?
Look, I'll be honest. I haven't watched the Hall of Fame yet. I am planning on doing, but mainly for AJ Styles' speech. But what I will say is, this isn't the first time that WWE have inducted somebody and not treated them as well as treated other people. It's become a regular thing these days. It's not nothing new this year. I think this is one of the biggest bits of biggest disrespectful moments because Sid, like you said, main evented WrestleMania on a couple of occasions, and he was world champion on a few occasions as well. And somebody like that of that merit, should have had a better induction. But let's not pretend that this year's the first year that WWE has not done an induction the right way or not treated an induction with the respect that it deserves. It's nothing new, and that's what makes the Hall of Fame a joke. However, I out of everybody that was inducted, I've said this, every single one of them, apart from maybe one, deserves to be in there. Whether you like them or not is irrelevant. It's about whether they deserve it, and apart from one of them, maybe all of them did. And that's really all I have to say on it because I don't want to really dwell because we still need to get through night two.
No,
But
of course, of
but
course. But I just felt it was very important to kind of make that point
yeah, of
because
course.
I know it's something you said to me privately about going in with a negative mindset. But to be honest, I feel that I went in with a negative mindset and I came out with a negative mindset from this WrestleMania weekend. It just hasn't been the best. But again, we can sum that up at the end after we've done night two.
Yeah, I mean, I'll always stick by what I say, and and what I said to you in private about, and it's not just not about wrestling, it's about just in general. If you if you're going to be watching something or you're going to be doing something and you go into it with a negative mindset, you're not going to enjoy it. It's just as simple as that. It doesn't matter how good it is, you're not going to enjoy it because you just gone in with a negative mindset, and you're going to come out with that same negative mindset, and you're going to, because you've gone in with a negative mindset, you're going to be very picky, you're going to nitpick things. And I'm not saying that's what you've done, I'm just saying that's what you will do. because you've gone in with a negative mindset. You're going to be like, right, I'm going to nitpick things to make it seem negative. And like I said, I'm not saying you've done that. I'm just saying that's what people do if they go in with a negative mindset into something. And to be honest, I went into this weekend not with the best of mindsets, but certainly not with a negative mindset because it was still WrestleMania weekend and I was still looking forward to it, regardless of the fact that the hype wasn't really there and the build wasn't the best. I was still looking forward to it because I'm a WWE fan, I'm a wrestling fan, and it's the biggest weekend in the wrestling calendar. So I was still looking forward to it. But anyway, we yeah, we pretty much covered everything that JSC Killer said. He was just basically responding to what we were saying. So then we have WrestleMania Night 2, which was the better night by a fucking mile. Um, and the first match of the night, of course, was Oba Femi defeating Brock Lesnar in relatively dominant fashion, only hitting one falling from grace, which is his powerbomb finisher, to beat Brock. Brock didn't even kick out of one of them, and yeah, it was a big moment for Obafemi, and I'm very happy that he won, and I enjoyed the match. It was short, but it did what it needed to do. It didn't need to be any longer, and Brock Lesnar matches are not especially long anyway. Only on occasion does he have longer matches, but they're usually not long anyway. So, it did what it needed to do. It put Oba over, and it was a good match for what it was. And of course, after the fact, we had the um from what we know, the retirement of Brock Lesnar. We don't know any different yet, so we will say the retirement of Brock Lesnar because he took his gloves off, he took his boots off, and he left them in the middle of the ring, and that is a universal sign in the wrestling world that that's it, I'm done. And he even threw the X up to Paul Heyman as if to say, this isn't fake, this isn't a work, I am done. And Brock Lesnar was very emotional. Never seen Brock Lesnar cry before, and he was crying. Um, Paul Heyman was in floods of tears, heartbroken. I don't think he knew that Brock was going to do this. A lot of people say that Brock went in to business for himself, and Oba was supposed to lose, and Brock Lesnar decided during the match, you know what, I'm just going to put Oba over, and I'm going to retire. Don't know how true that is, but there's a lot of rumors going around saying that because Oba did look legitimately surprised that he won. So, a lot of rumors going around speculating that. But yeah, it was a good match for what it was. Brock Lesnar's retirement was a moment, regardless of how me and my co-host feel about Brock Lesnar and how a lot of other people feel about Brock Lesnar in terms of his career and his WWE career and his wrestling career, and without talking about anything else, it's a Hall of Fame worthy career, whether you like him or not. It is. You can't deny that, and yeah, that's all I really have to say about that match.
Yeah, nothing more to add. I think we'll find out tonight for sure if that is it. I do think it probably is, but again, I did always feel it was on the cards that he was going to put over Obafemi. They would have not built it up in that way. They would have not been building up Obafemi in that way, only for him to lose his WrestleMania debut. Not that people haven't lost their WrestleMania debuts before,
Yeah.
but I didn't expect Brock Lesnar was going to get the win.
Mm.
And we'll see. Well, obviously the only other occasion I can think of where someone left their gear in the ring and only they came back for a match was the Undertaker.
Yeah.
So doesn't necessarily mean he has retired officially, but let's see. I still think there could be one more chapter to write, or at least one more match. But we can talk about that in our Raw preview.
Yeah. So then the next match, the second match of night two, was the match that a lot of people said they thought would steal the whole weekend. It would be the best match of the entire weekend, and it wasn't far off. It's the Intercontinental Championship ladder match. It was Penta against Javon Evans, Dragon Lee, JD McDonough, Rusev, and WWE Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio. I thought that Javon Evans was going to get his big moment at WrestleMania. I thought he was going to win. He didn't. Penta retained. I'm not unhappy with that. I think Penta has had a great reign, and I think he will have a great reign, as it continues. Match was amazing, as you would expect with some of the names in that match. Penta, who can fly about like it's nothing. Javon Evans, who can do the same. Dragon Lee as well. Jada McDonough can fly about as well. Mysterio too. I mean, Rusev's the only odd one out there, but yeah, it was a good match. Penta retained, and it was probably the second best match of the entire weekend in my opinion. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a good match. I predicted Pence to win. Pence won, but the way the match was staged, it was unpredictable. Anyone could have won that match, really. I think ladder matches are always good value for money. Probably the best or one of the best matches of the entire weekend.
Yeah, I mean that's it. Um, but yeah, the next match on the card was the United States Championship match between Trick Williams and the champion Sami Zayn. Now, I had no doubt in my mind that Trick Williams was winning this one. There was no doubt in my mind that that was what was going to happen, and it did happen. Trick Williams did defeat Sami Zayn in what was a relatively decent match. It was a good match. Can't really complain about it. Sami Zayn does usually put on good matches. He's very good in the ring, and Trick Williams is also very good in the ring. So it was always going to be a good match, and it ended the way that it should have, to be honest, because uh, you know I think Sammy is showing signs of potential, heel turn, and I do believe that's going to be coming sooner rather than later. And I think it's needed because he's booed. He's booed everywhere he goes now. What's the point in keeping him a face? Because people just don't want him to be a face anymore. They don't. They're not. They're bored with the current character. He needs to change it up again, and he needs to become a heel. And I think that's what will happen very very soon. But yeah, it was a good match. Ended the way I thought it would. Ended the way I thought it should. And yeah, not much else to say about it.
No, again, same again. Not much to say.
There really wasn't much to say, Jesus.
It
Huh.
wasn't one of my most favorite matches on the night.
Yeah. So then you had the street fight between the Demon Finn Balor, the Demon returning for the first time since WrestleMania 39 against Edge. He was against Dominic Mysterio. I really enjoyed this match. It could have been better. It could have been more brutal. I think it, it, I think it was good. It was a good match, but I do think they could have done more with it, seeing as it was a street fight. But yeah, I mean, look, it was a good match. It went the way I thought it would. There was no way the Demon was going to lose. Dominic Mysterio, of course, having words to say after, saying I wasn't prepared for this. I was supposed to face Finn Balor, not the Demon. It was supposed to be a normal match, not a street fight. So I think Dominic is really pushing the fact that everything was against him. And I do think we get a match between Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio, Finn Balor without the Demon, maybe even as early as Backlash. But I do believe that this rivalry isn't over yet. Um, Anything you want to say about that?
No, again, predictable win. I genuinely predicted that for the entire weekend we would have seen the end of the Judgment Day, but clearly that is not the case.
No.
Uh,
Hmm.
yes, that is not the case.
Hmm.
Sorry, apologies. I've been distracted by something, but yeah, no, I think that storyline still has some way to go,
Yeah.
and eventually they will meet again, and I do think that match will have some sort of bearing on the future of the Judgment Day.
Yeah. Okay. So our next match, the WWE Women's Championship match between Rhea Ripley and the then champion Jade Cargill. relatively surprised with this match, to be honest, because I know Jade Cargill's been working hard to get better in the ring and stuff like that, but her matches, so far in WWE have left a lot to be desired. They've not been the best, and although Rhea Ripley is very good in the ring, probably one of the best women that WWE have, you know, I still didn't expect this match to be great. I thought it was going to be a bit awkward and a bit all over the place, and I expected Jade Cargill to walk out the champion because I didn't think that the reign, the reign was, I didn't think it was ready to end. I thought she had a lot more to do, but obviously not. But it was a good match. Jade Cargill looks like she's improved a hell of a lot. She put on a good match against Rhea Ripley, and of course Rhea Ripley with a bit of help from Io Sky, who helped take out the backup of Jade Cargill, that being Meechin and BFAB. Rhea Ripley wins the WWE Women's Championship, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see where that goes now. It'll be interesting to see where Io fits in, whether she goes back to her storyline now with Asuka, and Rhea just continues on SmackDown, and we see Io every now and then turn up to help Rhea. I'm not sure, but it'll be very interesting to see where Rhea goes from here with the championship. But yeah, your thoughts?
Yeah, good victory again. I agree with you about Jade Cargill. Somebody I've not quite been a fan of since she's appeared. Um, since she's appeared. Um, it seems that the Io and Rhea storyline is coming full circle, as it were. Rhea's helped Io's helping Rhea. Where do we go from here? Does it lead to a sort of Io Rhea, match at some point, or them and them facing Asuka and Kyrie or something like that? Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah,
But I still think that also has some way to go.
yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I'm not gonna really dwell on that match anymore. So the next part of the night was a moment that gave me and my co-host a lot of laughs. It was John Cena. He came out and he said his what the attendance was, and then told us what the attendance was over the entire weekend. And then the Miz and Kit Wilson interrupted John Cena. Good way to get Kit Wilson on the WrestleMania card. He is very popular at the moment for whatever reason, so I think it's his steam more than anything. But yeah, he's very popular at the moment, getting over with the crowd. So it was right that he should appear at WrestleMania in some way, and it was a good way to put him on the card. He interrupted John Cena with the Miz. The Miz was being very disrespectful to John Cena, as was Kit Wilson. They were talking shit, and then Danhausen. Danhausen's music hits, which wasn't a surprise because he's in a bit of a rivalry at the moment with the Miz and Kit Wilson. So it was a good way to get Danhausen on the WrestleMania card, which he deserved to be there. And he came out with some mini Housens, which gave me and my co-host a good laugh. Not because we laugh at little people, but it was just a funny moment, and they ended up doing a pylon on top of Kit Wilson, and then Danhausen did the five knuckle shuffle with John Cena's permission, onto the Miz, and then that was it.
Oh,
Great segment, good laugh. And I wonder if we'll see any more of the mini Housens at some point.
oh God, the mini Housens. Um, yeah, I don't know what to say. It was just fucking hilarious. A fucking bizarre segment and just fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Excuse my
No, no,
language.
it's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
It
Okay.
was, yeah.
Um. So then we get to our main event of night two: Roman Reigns versus CM Punk. They both had big entrances. Of course, I'm a massive CM Punk fan. If you've been watching my content and my wrestling streams for long, you will know that. But I'm a massive CM Punk fan, so of course I went with CM Punk retainer, which I honestly did think he was going to. In the end, he didn't. Roman Reigns did defeat CM Punk, but in my opinion, the match itself, and a lot of people are saying the same thing online. It was one of the greatest WrestleMania main events of all time.
Ooh,
And
I wouldn't go that far,
a
but
lot of people are saying it. It's a big topic online. A lot of people are saying it, and it's hard to disagree, to be honest, because
I wouldn't
there
go that far.
there's a lot of WrestleMania main events out there, and there's a lot of great WrestleMania main events, and this is up there with the great WrestleMania main events. It was it was great. The storytelling in it, the match itself, it was brutal. It was it was just everything that you wanted it to be. It was a very personal match, and in the end, they beat each other that much that they beat respect out of each other. And Roman Reigns did say after in the post show that he does respect CM Punk the wrestler as in terms of CM Punk the man. He doesn't know if he respects him yet, but as in the wrestler, he has massive respect for CM Punk. And I think it would be, I think Punk probably has the same amount of respect for Roman Reigns now after that match. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a lot of people saying it online. It's not just me saying it. A lot of people saying it online that it's one of the greatest main events in WrestleMania history. It's hard to disagree. Going through the other main events in WrestleMania history, I'm not going to go through them now. I can't name. I can name probably four that's probably better, and that's about it. That's about it. But I'm not going to get into that now. That might be a subject for maybe a future podcast. But yeah, you obviously disagree with that statement. But like I said, it's a lot of people are saying it online. It's not just my opinion. It's a lot of people's opinion. But obviously, everybody's entitled to their opinion, and you're entitled to yours. So go ahead.
No, no, nothing more to add. I just think it was a great main event, probably one of the matches of the weekend. Do I think it's up there as amongst the greatest WrestleMania main events of all time? No. I think there are plenty that I would say are better, but you know, doesn't take anything away from the event. Um, was I surprised that Roman Reigns got the win? No, even though I predicted CM Punk was going to get the win. The only thing that surprised me was that I was pretty adamant that there was going to be some kind of involvement
Yeah,
from other superstars, and that didn't happen. So that kind of confused me a little bit because there were lots of signs pointing to the fact that maybe that could have been the case, but it didn't happen. Roman got the win, a clean win as well.
yeah,
Even though CM Punk went for a low blow. So yeah, um, let's see what this new era of dominance ushers in for Roman Reigns. I believe Roman Reigns is on Raw tonight, isn't he?
yeah. He is. I'm just getting the preview up now, which we will talk about in access denied. Why has my access been denied to that page? What the fuck?
Access denied.
All I want to do is look at the preview. I'm clicking on preview and it says access denied. Well, fuck you, WWE.com. Then I'll look at the fucking another website.
Access denied.
Okay. So the only last thing to really say about the WrestleMania weekend was, what happened on the post show. There's only one moment really that's worth mentioning. No, it wasn't that. Um, it was Obafemi calling out Roman Reigns. Already, stating putting his name in there as being in the main event picture, and I don't oppose to that. I mean, what can you imagine? It's not going to happen, but let's just put that out. Put this out here and say how much of a big shocking moment would be for the Mania after Raw if Obafemi came out and Roman Reigns agreed to have a match on Raw and Obafemi beat him. I mean, what a big moment that would be. I mean, we would have yet again another new world champion, and Obafemi would have cemented himself. as the biggest dominant force in WWE at this very moment. It's not going to happen, but what a shocking moment would be for the Raw after Mania. But yeah, that's the only moment really to talk about the Sunday's post show. Over from me calling Roman Reigns out. Yeah, that's all that's really there to talk about for the post show. Um,
Don't know if that's going to happen. What
so
would be
from what I
interesting.
can see for the preview of Raw, sorry I interrupted you. Then go on.
No, I don't know if that's going to happen so soon, but we shall see.
Yeah. The only thing I can see for the Raw after WrestleMania, the only thing that's been announced, um, the only thing that's been announced for WrestleMania, is World Heavyweight Champion Roman Reigns is set to appear. That's been announced. Uh, and that's it. Literally, that is it. That is all that's announced. We haven't got any other announcements. Apparently, in terms of people to appear who's on the list, apparently CM Punk, Rhea Ripley, Penta, and Jey Uso are listed. Wouldn't obviously Penta United States champion, Intercontinental champion. Wouldn't be surprised if he turns up. Rhea Ripley, new women's champion, although it is the SmackDown Championship. You know, I'm not opposed to her being there. Jey Uso will be there. CM Punk, I'm not so sure because he's supposed to be taking a break. Maybe he'll come out and apologize to the fans for losing. Say, you know, tell us that he's going. He's having taking a break or going away for a little while. Um, who knows? I fully expect Paige to be on Raw as well, giving us her her comeback promo. I fully expect that. You know, I can't see why WWE wouldn't capitalize on her return and have her on Raw. But yeah, the only thing for certain, the only thing confirmed and 100% certain is that Roman Reigns is appearing. So we don't know anything that's happening on Raw. We don't know any of the matches. We don't know who's appearing. So that's interesting. At least that keeps us in the dark a little bit. At least we don't know what's happening.
You think we'll see the mini houses?
Jesus.
I hope we do.
Um, maybe.
Didn't
They
they take the Miz away into the coffin?
Yeah, they did. Uh,
Oh gosh.
but yeah, no, it'd be interesting to see what happens on Raw tonight. Raw after Mania is supposed to be the best Raw of the entire year. Unfortunately, over the last few years, as everything in WWE, it seems to be going worse and worse and worse. But who knows? We're getting Roman Reigns appearing. Brock is rumored to be appearing. CM Punk also rumored to be appearing. And then obviously there's usually surprises on the Raw after Mania or call ups or returns. So there might be something along them lines. Like I said, I have no doubt in my mind that Paige will be there and she'll do her return promo. Um, so we'll see. We'll see what happens and be interesting to see what kicks off Raw because I don't think Roman will kick off Raw. I think Roman will be the main event. I think that's what will happen.
So
Although he
who do you
could
think's
kick
going
off
to kick
Raw.
off for?
I
Who do you
don't
think?
know. Maybe Brock because Brock likes to do his bit and go. So maybe Brock will. You'll see. Yeah, because if Brock usually, if he's not going to be in the main event, he usually doesn't really stay. He likes to just do
True.
his bit and go.
But it is usually customary for the new champion to
Yeah,
open
but
up
it's Roman
Raw.
Reigns and he's always in the main event, isn't he? So I would imagine he'll be in the main event.
We'll see. We'll see. Oh, it could be Paige who opens up
Maybe
Raw.
yeah, maybe we will see in just over 10 minutes. But before Raw begins, I'm going to take a quick break, get some food for the show, uh, and a drink. So I shall be back shortly. And we'll crack on with the Raw after Mania. Very much excited for it, and I hope that it doesn't disappoint. So join us in just over 10 minutes for Raw. Um, but yeah, we're gonna have a quick break now. So go and get your drinks, your food, whatever else you're having, and we'll see you
Or
for the
will.
start of Raw. We're back. We are back. Hello.
Hello.
Oop. So we're just getting the highlights of the weekend. So it's not actually officially kicked off yet. Okay. Make sure we're okay. Good. Get the subtitles off. Oba. Oba. Yeah, see, even Michael Cole said that CM Punk and Roman Reigns is one of the greatest WrestleMania main events in history. Not saying that Michael Cole's opinion is to be all and all, just saying.
Well, he said that before the match.
Well, that's how it looked in the highlight, but yeah. Tonight, so we're not kicking off a Roman then. Oh, jeez. Rhea is here. Oh, they're facing the Kabuki Warriors tonight. Oh, the Beast is on the Brock Lesnar is on Raw tonight.
So maybe Paige is opening Raw.
Maybe. Please let it be Paige's music. Come on. What's it going to be? What's going on? Oh,
Oh, it's going to be Oba. It is.
it is Oba. We're kicking off with Oba.
Here to celebrate with his people.
If
Oba. Oba.
Oba. Oba.
Oba. Oba. Oba.
The man who has possibly retired, Brock Lesnar.
In the greatest moment at WrestleMania since the Nigerian drum fight.
Oh my god. Oh, he looks very smart tonight.
Oba. 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 Oba.
Lots of the crowd doing the Oba strut.
You can see he's even saying it himself.
Yeah.
Oba. 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 My name is Oba.
Oh my god, look at how many green shirt people are in the front. It's a whole green shirt family.
Are you trying to burp each time to Oba?
I was, but I couldn't do it the third time.
Oba for me.
I wonder if he's going to speak in pidgin. Oba Femi. Oba Femi. Oba Femi. He's definitely over with the crowd. Oh, is that it? That's very similar to how Roman Reigns came out after he ended.
Yeah.
After he beat Undertaker and he said,
yeah.
"This is my yard now," and then it's very similar. Asuka.
Oh, when Asuka talks.
Oh, here we go. So we're kicking off with this match.
Too much excitement.
Ooh, listen to that pop. At least with the commercial breaks on Raw, you still just see what's going on the show. You don't have to sit through anything, which is good. No, no sitting through Hogan segments tonight. No,
Don't speak too soon.
well, I doubt it. Oh. see what happens in this match. Be interesting to see if there's a turn in this match in terms of Kairi turning on Asuka, or whether they're still going to build it, because that's obviously where this is going.
Or if Io turns on Rhea.
Nah. There's not even been a tease of that, so that would make no sense. But you're not the only one that I've seen or heard say it. Like, I've seen a few people say online, what if Io turns on Rio? And I just don't get it, because whenever there's a turn coming, usually there is some sort of tease leading up to it, but there hasn't been with Io and Rio. So, I mean, obviously, it could be a very shocking moment where there is no tease and it just happens, but I don't see it myself. One thing I have noticed recently is that they've stopped having the Prime bottles at ringside. Wonder if the relationship between WWE and Prime has ran out. Maybe. I mean, I know Logan Paul is still in WWE, but maybe the contract between WWE and Prime has run out, because they're not even advertised on the, on the apron. I'm just looking now. There's no advertisement for them. Okay, so we've got Finn Balor versus JD McDonough coming up tonight. That's just been confirmed, flashed up on the screen. I assume Dom will get involved in that match. Maybe cost Finn the match. Or try. Oh. Strikes from Asuka there. Oh. Back and forth. We've got Rhea and Asuka. Oh, what a kick. Rhea goes out the ring after a kick from Asuka. Now Rio's knocked off the apron. Kyrie jumps. The insane elbow to the outside for a standing Rhea. Asuka just standing on the hand of Rhea here. Just playing about with Rhea, but that's a mistake you don't want to make. Oh, what a slap. Oh. Rhea's getting dominated here. New champion, but getting dominated. Hmm. Uh-oh. They're going for the finish here. No, Rhea's not going to have it. Oh, what a kick. Kyrie's down, Rhea's down, but Rhea needs to make the tag here. Oh, Io takes them both down. And kick ups. Oh, Meteora. Oh, what a drop kick. It's been a good match to kick off the Raw after Mania. Oh, Riptide here now. No, Asuka reverses it. Oh, code breaker into a net breaker. Oh, could that be it? No, EO stops the count. Oh, double stomp to Asuka there. And that's it. I was a bit worried about EO there because she did the dive outside and landed right on the top of her head. She's done that a couple of times recently. Wrestlemania 42 delivered a monumental weekend. I don't know if I'd go that far. There's Penta with Adam Pearce. Oh, Ethan Page has been promoted to Raw. Oh, okay. So CM Punk is going to be on Raw. Let's see what he has to say. Interesting. CM Punk's coming out with no music. Okay, so he just did a similar thing to what he did at Mania last night, where he came out and the music didn't hit until after he did his clobbering time thing. Let's see what Punk has to say.
Dealing with a lot of loss past 6 months, maybe since October. I was overseas wrestling in Japan and got a phone call that woke me up. And my friend in my MMA training, New Rufus, didn't wake up that morning. Then in November, my Larry crossed the Rainbow Bridge. And then it seemed like between then and now, every 2 weeks, me and my WWE family lost a member. Kerwin Silky, Jim Shank, Danny Coates. These are the people that are behind the scenes. These are the cameramen and the hair and makeup and the caterers and the producers and the people in the truck and the truck drivers. Everybody who makes this place a well-oiled machine, the real heroes, the real superstars behind the mat. My job is easy. These are the men and women that grind day in and day out away from their families, that are with me so often that they call me family. I just had to show a little bit of respect last night on my jacket. Yeah, give it up for them. And unfortunately, most recently, my friend Bo Luder passed away on April 1st in Chicago. And I lost last night. All the aforementioned losses sting a little bit more than me losing my title. And the thing is, every week I came here and you people cathartically helped me heal and get through all these losses. Being heavyweight champion gave me an anchor and a reason to not just slow down and reduce myself to a puddle of tears every single day, even if I wanted to. So I just wanted to come out here and say thank you for helping me process all this grief. You all helped me get through all of those losses. Something tells me that you are all going to help me get through my loss from last night. I wasn't even supposed to be world heavyweight champion. I survived Gunther, and then I got cashed in on in a single second by Seth Rollins. And there was a part of me that said, you know, being heavyweight champion when you're 46 years old for 3 minutes, not bad. That's the cherry on top of one hell of a Sunday, right? And then I could have reduced myself to a puddle of tears. You don't understand. I'm home with my life, but instead, I stayed ready. I came here and I poured my heart and my soul into this to entertain all of you. And because I stayed ready, an opportunity arose. Seth gets hurt. I win a number one contendership match. And the next thing you know, I'm the heavyweight champion. And if I didn't stay ready, you'd be here eating, talking to Jey Uso right now instead of me. I don't know why you're doing that. I like to eat too. Get with the program, baby. So I stayed ready, and that's all I can really do because I never know when a championship opportunity is going to fall out of the sky. So yeah, I lost last night, but you know what? You know why I'm smiling? You know why I got a skip in my step? It's because I'm still the best in the world, the baddest ass. And I came here to Vegas, and I said I had a dream ever since I was a little kid, and I stood under the brightest lights on the tallest stage in front of the world, and I proved it. Everything I had. It just wasn't my night. And I'm not going to cry about it, and I'm not going to go home and sulk, and I'm not going on vacation. I am going to stay ready because you never know when a championship opportunity is going to fall out of the sky.
Oh, interesting. You just said you never know when an opportunity is going to fall out of the sky, and the undisputed champion has arrived. He's definitely got an injury to that eye. It was not fake.
Isn't he supposed to be taking time off?
Well, supposedly, yeah, but maybe not. Because Punk, the rumor was Punk was supposed to be taking time off, but he's just said he's not going anywhere.
Unless there's going to be a match tonight
Maybe.
and Cody drops the belt. He is hobbling a little bit.
Yeah, he is. He's beat up from last night. He's more beat up than what CM Punk seems to be, anyway. But yet, the CM Punk Roman match was far longer. But then again, Cody was punted. Punk wasn't.
I go over my time that I interrupted. I was leaving. Is this you? No, don't leave. This is Monday Night Raw. This is your time, CM Punk. Hey, maybe I assumed, maybe I'm incorrect in this assumption, but I was was gonna crash out. Punk, if you're asking me if I thought you were gonna freak out, yeah. That's fair. No, I mean, you know who I am, and I know who you are. I know how you like to handle things. But you're buttoned up. Again, this is not what I was expecting. I'm glad that Vegas gave you the flowers that they did. You deserve it. I kind of don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm the one standing here feeling and looking like a loser. Wait, why are you saying I should feel like a loser? No, it's cool. It's stop it. We're friends. I don't feel like a loser. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe to some people I look like a loser. I'm a tattoo of a marshmallow on a stick. It's weird. I know. But you're not a loser. Look, I get why you feel like one. What you did Saturday night, you meet a first ballot Hall of Famer. You meet a legend. But here's also what you did. This is what made it hard. This is why you feel the way you do. You meet a friend. You meet somebody who was your mentor. And I fought somebody I hate. That's easy. That's easy to stuff him in his stupid face. Make fun of his sweet pepper necklace or whatever. But you fought a friend. It's a real challenge. And you won. I lost. You're a winner. In a way, in a word, I am a loser. It's okay. The path is clear. You feel this way because heavy is the head that wears the crown. Free as a bird right now. I gladly shouldered the responsibility of being world heavyweight champion last night. It just wasn't my night. The path for you, keep being champion. Keep winning. The path for me, I just gotta stay ready. Because you never know when a championship opportunity is gonna fall out of the sky. Hey, look! Just say when.
Oh,
That would be priceless. Cody Rhodes beaten up, battered by Orton at WrestleMania. The undisputed WWE champion. Oh boy, that's the demon. And the demon put Dom down. Dom drew first blood. So he was just the first of all. I expected this type of betrayal from Dominic. From JD. Little JD was just a 12-year-old consumed kid that walked into the wrestling gym. Over the years together, I helped him grow into one of the greatest performers ever. I didn't judge myself. When I needed someone,
I hope we see the mini houses.
I'm right
oh
back no
God.
matter what. It's only gonna
They
be
should have actually done a proper match
Yeah.
with the Miz, and then the mini houses come out to help, and then at the end of the match they carry him away with the Miz screaming like, "Go away, where are you taking me?" Oh,
I'm gonna take you out.
So we have our first call up to the main roster from NXT, Ethan Page. We usually do get call-ups on the Raw after Mania and the SmackDown after Mania, so we shall see who else gets called up.
The newest member of the Monday Night Raw roster, Ethan Page, goes one-on-one with Devon live. Years old in Philadelphia, back in Normal. I knew back then that he was going to be something of a prodigy. Page has traveled the globe, learning every time he steps in the ring. He's one of the most complete superstars on any roster. Some have described him as smart. Others have described him as the greatest North American. The former AAA mixed tag team champion with Chelsea Green. Got a litany of championship reigns in NXT, like the black belt, karate, and taekwondo. Page is like a shark with blood in the water. You show him the slightest opening, the slightest weakness, and all ego will make you pay. He's got that over family. Some will call it arrogant. However, this man is intense as they come. Black belt, karate, taekwondo. Oh, and a big shot by Evans. That's Javon teeing off. What a right, man. Rick broke Javon's jaw with that one. My God. Oh, that back elbow drops Javon Evans. There's the cover now by Page. And a kick out. You can see Javon's a bit slower tonight. Just because you're medically clear doesn't mean you're in top peak condition. You blame him? I watched the ladder match and I almost rolled over a body count. Right now, all ego, Ethan Page making the most of the opportunity to impress General Manager Adam Pearce, the WWE Universe, who may not yet be familiar with his body of work. Even enjoying wearing down Javon Evans right now. That six-pack ladder match that aired last night. Just incredible performance all around. Mysterio once again. Drives Page into the ropes. Outside. Move like a veteran, trying to create a little separation.
Decent match so far between these two.
Prospect here in WWE. Ron Evans is going to be a major player for a long time in WWE. He's doing what he's doing, but all ego Ethan Page would love to use Javon Evans as a springboard. What a nightmare shot. That's Rob Page to the stage. And you mentioned there's no love lost between these two. They've had quite the battles. Page would love to use Javon Evans as a springboard here on Monday Night Raw. And Javon Evans would love even more vengeance, more revenge for the past. Would love to play spoiler for all egos at Monday Night Raw review. That's an example of that intensity of Ethan Page. He's got that perfect illustration of the duality of men. He's a gentleman inside. Well dressed, represents himself extremely well, but then the bell rings, and Page becomes an animal. I was going to mention, he's got that weird sense of humor, too, right? Canadian. Oh, my God, that's why his back jump doesn't agree. Oh, look at John Evans go fighting back Page as well. And now both men slugging it out in the middle of the ring. Oh, you heard that leg land. Evans just tattooed Page. And holy hell, man, this is a different side of Evans that we've seen lately. Page is brought up. He's been so he and this is God. Page and Evans absolutely the enemies are doing. Taking advantage of this opportunity here tonight. This when he can make them so well. He slows the pace of the match. He dictates the pace. He makes his opponent wrestle his pace. If it's hard for him to be learned, it takes a long time to pay with the match. Caught on that time. Here comes Evans on the by Page. the Monday night review of all EC
Another suicide dive from Javon there.
where you mentioned you wrestled Ethan Page a number of years ago when he was a up and comer. Yes, we knew back then, not just myself, anybody who encountered him knew he was a fun, he wanted knowledge, he wanted to learn, he wanted to Ethan Page traveled the world, learned from the best of the best, and continues to improve to this day. Come on in now, Battle Page kicks out for all of the things that all Ego is, he still isn't quite bouncy. Javon Evans soaring through the sky, trying to spoil all Ego's big night. Must be nice to be having Javon Evans out of actually moving on since after the ladder match 24 hours ago. Evans now first on the middle rope. Oh, Page caught it. Not a lot of real estate on the top turnbuckle to work with for these two gentlemen. Is this the fight you expected? Yes, 100%. I'm a little surprised that Javon Evans is hanging in this. Watch this. Into the power set. Evans kicks out.
Nice move there from Ethan Page. But Javon Evans kicks out.
Ethan Page and nearly put Evans down for 3. Don't let your eyes deceive you. You're a very powerful individual. Seasoned at this point. Known him for a long, long time. Evans, however, a very young man. And you see, Evans is taped up after a Page ripped his shirt off, showing the wounds in the ladder match. That's the mummified video. Look at this. Big back kick from Javon. Right to the shoulder. And Evans now off the apron into the barricade. And Page reversal.
Oh, Ethan Page goes into the post.
Look at the intensity of the eyes. The young OT. Whosoever was taken out of the ladder match with that OT cutter last night, obviously hasn't takes the left doorstep, runs him into the timekeeper's area. The young OT had a choice to make. He chose Rusev, but unfortunately that means Page has had a few extra moments to recover. And John up top, Page talking to the Rusev balance. Javon fell on his shoulder. Now there it is. Twisted his brain. And the cover.
Ethan Page wins his debut. And we're going to get somebody to help. Is it going to be a return? Is it going to be a debut? Penta, okay. So not a return or a debut. And Ethan Page knocks Penta off the top rope.
Dangerous man. He's been terrorizing everyone. And that's the smartest thing Ethan Page will ever do. I don't know about ever. And we said not done yet. Hackaway 5. Championship.
Oh well, I did speak too soon. You there? Hello.
On this weekend, it was the first Wrestlemania where we didn't have the presence of Hulk Hogan. Fortunately, the Immortal One was immortalized in a different fashion at WWE World. The beautiful Hulk Hogan statue will unveil for the world to see. We want to invite everyone to join Netflix for the 4-part documentary series featuring the last interview of Hulk Hogan. Starts Wednesday here on Netflix. Let's Marvin. The new World Champion is here. Live on Netflix.
Danhausen.
Cursed.
Hello.
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 You're cursed.
No, I'm not. You are. His coughing car.
And last night at Wrestlemania, Million saw John Cena passed the torch to them. And you know what that means? That means that person's the new GOAT. He also won the red carpet in the Hall of Fame. Oh my God, this is preposterous. Let me have right here. Having walked the red carpet in the Hall of Fame, that means Johnny Oh, this is following down after it's quite the menace. And with these new accolades, the new the man. Down to the animated series. Down in cereal. And actually comes to think of it, they forgot to put Danhouse's face on the side of the truck from WWE down there. But we should not dwell in the celebrate with Danhouse's Let's Town Jam. Did it go? Oh, no, it didn't. All right. You're going to understand how this demands if you don't. No. SummerSlam 2026 taking place Saturday, August 1st and Sunday, August 2nd at US Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. Will go until Friday, May 1st at 10 a.m. Central via Ticketmaster. General pre-sale for the two-day combo ticket will begin Thursday, April 30th at 10 a.m. Central. Additionally, an exclusive pre-sale offer for Take For You card members will begin Wednesday, April men's challenger, Liv Morgan, who had her sights locked in on gold. A little assist from Roxanne Perez. And Raquel Rodriguez will change the complexion of the matchup. And La Primera brought her A-game. But unfortunately for the former champion, so did Liv Morgan, her A-game and friends and due. So I don't know if you saw the Wrestlemania post show, but I get to celebrate with Liv and Marley. I saw it. Spectacular fact. It went viral. You bring a new thing that's working. Job offer. Actually, two right here in Vegas. Magic Mike. Yes.
You deserve it, Chan. I'm not sure about that one. Not after how she won.
Before we really get to celebrating, there are a couple people that I'd like to thank. First off, to my Judgment Day family, Katie, Roxy, my daddy, Dom, and Raquel. You guys have been my rock, and I would not be where I am today without you guys. So I love you guys, and thank you. Secondly, now this one might surprise you guys, but believe it or not, I'd like to thank my Wrestlemania opponent, Stephanie Becker. We beat the hell out of each other, but she reminded me of a feeling that I haven't felt in a long time. It reminded me of who I am, and who I am is the most talented woman in the WWE. This is women's world championship. And if you guys thought that I was messy and trouble before, oh, just don't you wait, because
Oh, Solruka. I had a feeling that she'd be called up.
Surprises galore. The former NXT North American champion, Sol Ruka, is here. Sol had to learn the rules. It's generally not a good idea to interrupt Liv Morgan. Another Sol Ruka, Liv Morgan final two back in the Royal Rumble court. Incredible performance by both.
interrupting, but I've been watching you, and honestly, you are such an inspiration to me. Watching your journey over the past decade, and seeing you woman in this division. Honestly, congrats, dude. You deserve it. Thank you, Solar Lady. Wow, you have some nerve coming out here during my championship celebration with my family. But you know what? You know what? I really do appreciate those kind words. So since you were so nice to me, I'm gonna say this as nicely to you as I possibly can. You are no Liv Morgan, sweetie. But you know what? You know what? I will give you a chance right now to save yourself. Because if you want to make it to WrestleMania, you'll get out of my ring right now. Whoa. I think you're misreading this whole situation. I think I'm asking to pick a side. But I sure as hell am not going to back down from one either.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Morgan, keep this under control. This is the biggest fight of the year, the Raw after WrestleMania, and you people are acting like you want to see a fight. Wait, you want to see a fight? Okay, do me a favor, come out here if you will. You think you can handle this for me? Good, because it's Soul Luca versus Liv Morgan, and it starts right. Oh my gosh! What an opportunity for Luca! This isn't fair to Liv, this is supposed to be a celebration!
Okay, big match for Sol Ruka on her debut.
For the title.
He didn't say it was for the title. I think it's a non-title match. I'll be back in a minute. I just need the toilet, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. We had an impromptu match here between newly promoted to Raw Sol Ruka against the new Women's World Champion Liv Morgan. Can you imagine if Sol Ruka knocks off the Women's World Champion in her very first match on Raw? Me. Sol Ruka doing well here.
There's no doubt that Ruka is going to be a champion at this level. Only a matter of time. Off the top rope, Liv able to roll out of harm's way. Oh, backstabber. Cover by the champ. Rodriguez on the outside. And Morgan again, can't be 100%. She went through that battle over the weekend with Stephanie McCarron. She's still showing the wounds on her forehead after the attack by McCarron a couple of weeks ago. Look at this. Dominance on Ruka. Oh, the version of a camel clutch applied using the ropes. Very creative offense for the Women's World Champ. And Ruka's in trouble, not only because she's in there with a champ, Raquel and Roxanne floating around ringside. Cover, 5 Morgan, hook of the leg. Ruka kicks out. Let's ask Stephanie McCarron about Raquel and Roxanne. is assisting with victory. Spencer Moore. Now Moore having the upstart. The defense here in Vegas trying to rally behind Soluka. And Soul fighting back. Omega wouldn't back down from a fight. She's not. Look at this. Big Morgan suspending Ruka from the rope. My God. This is just the count. Let's break before 5. Dropped like that 5 seconds. It's an eternity. And a weekly bulldog from Morgan. Hook of the leg out. Side leg. And Ruka gets it too. Not what Morgan was expecting here tonight. You mentioned she thought this was going to be a celebration. $1 billion smile walked across the face of the champion because even in the heat of battle, this Morgan understood.
Hi, Will. Yeah, we're doing fine, thank you. Hope you're doing okay. Right. We're okay. Glad Ethan Page called up. Told us that. Yeah, good to see Ethan Page getting called up. Definitely talented. Sol Ruka also, definitely deserves it.
This is Monday Night Raw, live from Las Vegas. T-Mobile, 13,691 on hand for this impromptu matchup between Liv Morgan, the women's world champ, and Sol Ruka. Brand new to Monday Night Raw, fresh from NXT. And Liv Morgan,
Soul, yeah, Soul Snatcher is like nothing I've ever seen when it comes to a finisher before. It's brilliant.
Rick Morgan over into a snap suplex, but now what does Soul do with her creation? This space she finds. And Morgan with a right, and Ruka in the fight as well.
My favourite finisher is the O Face Athena, then Soul Snatcher. Yeah.
Back and forth we go. Brand new women's world champion Liv Morgan, Sol Ruka, arriving on Monday Night Raw. What a night it's been thus far. The tribal chief will be here. Big uppercut. Ruka with the uppercut. Morgan sets off the ring. Oh, and a big elbow from Sol Ruka, who's rounding now, taking the fight to the champ. Into the corner. Released by Ruka. Sol Ruka, extremely comfortable in the air on the rope. Here she comes.
Oh, what a drop kick. Liv just kicks out. You watch AEW, Kevin Knight splash finisher. No, I don't watch AEW, not a big AEW fan. To be honest. Yes, I am, Lauren. Oof. Okay, you won't know. No, I never heard of Kevin Knight. I've heard of a lot of the AEW stars because you see it in the wrestling news every now and then, and I used to watch it years ago, but I watch WWE, AEW, and me and 5 other people watch TNA. I try TNA every now and then, but I just can't get into it. Oh, Soul Snatcher! Liv Morgan rolls out though. Oh, Zaria's here. Is that Soul gonna get counted out after the attack by Zaria? Ooh, let's find out. Liv Morgan wins. NXT feud brought it to main roster. You watch NXT later on from my I watch it every now and then. NXT. I am in work tomorrow. Yes. Warren. That Zaria reminds me of Beth Phoenix a bit. Yeah, can see what you mean there.
This has got to be the most ridiculous.
Oh, Stephanie McGur's here. Not happy she's lost the championship. Best Phoenix vibes, yeah. No, I guess, like I said, I get what you mean. See, oh no, really? Okay, Lauren. God damn it. Yeah. See you tomorrow. All right, okay. Thank God.
idea like Brock Lesnar would be the next big thing. The very first moment I ever laid eyes on Brock Lesnar. He's terrifying to believe it. The biggest break we've ever had in this business. There was such a mystique around it. It was just a different world. Thought was happening all goes out the window. Just the dynamic in the room changes when the beast is in. The guy comes over from the WWE and actually becomes the heavyweight champion of the world. It's impossible to do. The viable rating. When you see Brock Lesnar, you know exactly. Brock was just a specimen. For the first time I saw him, I just a lot of people see Brock Lesnar. I'm not a superstar. I'm an actor. I am Brock Lesnar.
That video package they just did for Brock Lesnar very much makes it feel like that's it.
Yeah, pretty much. But we shall see.
Yeah.
Paul Heyman has one singular focus. That is the vision. Paul Heyman. The vision kicked off WrestleMania Saturday. A six-man tag team matchup against Houston Family and of course I Show Speed on the side of the Vision. What an incredible way to kick off WrestleMania Saturday. A very impressive showing from I Show Speed. But a little miscommunication would send Logan Paul to the floor allowing LA Knight to hit a BFT and then went even further south. Well, they've been blaming Speed throughout the entire matchup. Logan Paul had had enough blaming Speed. Logan would suffer a 1-2, and then they would coach Speed. Here's a little salt in the wound. Spectacular. I Show Speed splash through the announce table. That was the first of what, about 9 times the table was destroyed this weekend. It was a rough weekend for the U.S. announce table. Spanish announce table got up stretch. Wonder what's going on in the mind of the Oracle. A and conquer. Go do what you got to do, and they understood the assignment perfectly. On the face of the pressure theory, the hockey look on the face of Logan Paul. The vengeance here.
Let's see what Paul Heyman has to say.
T-Mobile Arena, 38,691 WWE fans rounding up a spectacular weekend in Las Vegas for WWE. Get in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman. A whole speech prepared for me. The beginning of this entire program threw me off a bit. You know, my favorite part of Wrestlemania has always been expect the unexpected. And yesterday was a moment that was so unexpected. It will live inside my heart, and I suggest a lot of other people's hearts for the rest of their lives. And yet, despite the fact that earlier still Peter Punk came out here and was kissing the asses of all the people that and the production truck and all the people behind the scenes and how great they are. This supposed greatest production team of all time, when they did the then, now, and forever, still have my piece in the now. So these stupid bitches in the truck and the production team just kept of what was yesterday. So let me bestow upon you my wisdom. Please take him. Put him in the forever. Because he will talk about that WWE is experiencing a resurgence in the tag division. And Logan Paul champions of the world, the vision. I'd like to interrupt your programming for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. A personal message from Logan Paul. Come into our business and do what we do. Hate these outsiders. So please, let me begin with the beat of my fist. Watch his face. And Austin and I left this weekend retaining as your tag team champion. It's only fitting if we all take a moment to realize the fact what a magnificent favor that was done for me by Gunther. And Gunther, sir, not only do I thank you, I also realize I owe you one. Anytime you're ready, I'm willing to repay. But the best gift of the weekend belongs to the man that cut that Rollins impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to Monday Night Raw. Unpredictable badass. Born Breaker. The man who led the overthrow of Seth Rollins in the Vision. And the man who returned at Wrestlemania during a Seth Rollins Gunther match. Out of seemingly nowhere, Breaker would level the former Vision leader with a spear at ringside. And then after the victory, a 75-yard gap, folks, at full head of steam, and one more thunderous spear to Seth freaking Rollins. A freak of nature. Ron Breaker has been out for a few months with injury. He's back to 100%. The division growing stronger by the day. I was thinking 1 year ago, ironically, is when I became the leader of the Vision right here in this very same arena. Because Seth Rollins was too weak. I don't know about you, but my favorite part about WrestleMania weekend was watching Seth Rollins get this close to beating Gunther, and I ruined everything for him. I hope you're at home. I hope you're watching somewhere, because from here on out, every single day, from this day forward, I will come after you. I'm going to attack you with an Steve television. But Jeff got caught with that leg from Perry. And now the Fletcher putting a beat down on Rollins. It's a tough situation for Seth 2-on-1, the tag team champions. Rollins is about to be destroyed by the very thing he created. It took some guts for Seth to come out here tonight in this situation, but others are just getting to it. Logan treating Seth like a heavy bag right now.
Anyone coming out to save Seth, I wonder.
But Health was outnumbered by the tag team with
The Street Profits. They're back.
oh yes sir! Cody and Cash! The Street Profits are here! Dawkins and Ford hitting the ring, coming to the aid of Rollins, going after the Vision. The Street Profits returning here on Monday Night Raw. And they send the Vision with them. Made it look easy. And they're not done yet. Paul saying, uh-oh. To the WWE Universe. Dawkins taking the news to the crowd. Profits on a mission. Oh no, oh no. Rollins stopping Breaker in his tracks.
Breaker's got a nasty cut on his head.
And now Rollins kicking off. A rabid Rollins. Ron Breaker made the threat. Rollins said, went for the stop. Breaker, Breaker nearly cutting Rollins in half. And Breaker just instead, his heel was busted open because of that steel chair by Seth Rollins. And Breaker now gonna punish Rollins, who's still banged up for the last with Breaker. Rollins once and for all. From the spears of this past weekend. Who in the hell can stop Ron Breaker? Highlight of the night being presented by Equip.
So what have we got left?
We've got Finn Balor versus JD McDonough and Roman Reigns.
Hmm?
We've got Finn Balor versus JD McDonough and then Roman Reigns.
Has Brock Lesnar not appeared?
No, they just had a video. They just had a video package for him.
Wrestlemania, the season took out Tony Khan and Mysterio. Tonight, Finn Balor goes for the number 2 man on the hit list, his former pupil, JD McDonough. Oh, Steve, tonight, just one of the best damn pro wrestlers in business this team in the last 2 decades. It's Balor and McDonough. This is personal live. Finn Balor, eager to get it. Yeah, and we almost saw the big dog betrayal coming, but not J.D. McDonough. J.D. McDonough picked like a brother to Finn Balor. Well, I mean, somebody stops that, but J.D. McDonough, to your point, has been so close. But J.D. McDonough had to get out of the shadow. Felt like he was in this massive shadow by Balor. It's almost as if J.D. is proud of what he did. He said he would do it again. JD, I mean, what Balor did for Dominic Mysterio in his career, the judgment day, but the match is now finally official. Throughout the WWE Universe here, Finn Balor taking the JD McDonough. McDonough has toughest nails. Finn Balor, well, is going to put JD to the test tonight. Oh, high elbow by McDonough as he drops to his knees in pain. Delivering off. Right to the midsection. Great strategy by Balor. He gets McDonough. Right here. Right with the shooting loss to McDonough. Rolls out of harm's way. And McDonough now right to the back, sends Balor to the floor. McDonough takes it over. You know, we talked about the long time friendship, but these
Oh, yeah.
the first time they never got one-on-one at this level. But the point of it is Balor does Balor does. Here comes out the toughest opponent you'll ever see are those that you train with, those that you are so familiar with. Because oftentimes you think really authentically, which means a lot of their offense easy to counter, almost instinctive. You know, McDonough, I don't like the Dominic series, but I can't help but be impressed with what this young man can accomplish in the ring. I said it last night. He's going to be a champion one day. Definitely possibility even here. Count of 7. Now a count of 8. My official said, if Finn Balor just beats the count. And McDonough, attack. Headbutt by McDonough. Cover. Hook to the left down. And remember, Finn and McDonough worked tag team champions together on 2 different occasions. Block the right, firing back. Sliding leg drop across the neck, cover and kick out. Well, a part of that. This explained to me in the past that it's almost exhausting when the team is all of the anger, all of the rage, the 15-5, 10,000, usually control. Once it's out, it's like a fresh start for Balor. He takes a lot out of him, both physically and mentally. Balor now, McDonough across the ring, into the corner, accurate take, getting McDonough. It was out of harm's way, he takes Balor down. Oh, excellent. And here's the cover now by JD. Balor kicks out. McDonough has wrestled all over the world. Europe, Mexico, Japan. Well versed in many different techniques. McDonough may have landed on the face of Finn Balor with that close through flag. A little blood coming from the mouth. Finn Balor. So odd. See how far this relationship is falling. McDonough in control. JD McDonough gained control over his former mentor. knee. Now Balor creates the separation and has a chance. He needs to do it becomes one of the best of friends. Trying to dispose of one. To the body. Big stop and McDonough. And Balor looking extraordinary at the moment. And now, there's the reversal. Oh, that's good play by Finn.
And Balor looking to set up the finish.
Balor's got McDonough in trouble. Uh-oh, nobody home there again. McDonough got that cover for the win kick up, but then Katie McDonough showing he knows Balor so well. Oh, headbutt. Good night.
What a headbutt.
Into the cover. Another near fall from McDonough. Toughness and the grit of Finn Balor. He was almost KO'd by the abundant hit of Katie McDonough. Top rope. Send him across the ring.
No. Is Finn Balor going to finish here? Yeah, looks like it. There we go. Here comes Tom. Oh, it's Gunter. Ah, there you are.
Well, on that note, I am curious if you and Paul Heyman were aware of the presence of Braun Breaker this weekend in state.
First of all, let's make it clear. There is no me in Paul Heyman. The only thing Paul Heyman does is pose me.
Well, what exactly is this favor? I think it's a fair question.
To my future, the only thing everybody's been comfortable around here is seeing the World Heavyweight Championship back around my waist very soon. Let me talk to you. From one Wrestlemania winner to another, I just want to say congratulations to you. You must be very proud of yourself, and you should be. You beat Seth Rollins, you did. But I know that you know that I know that you know you're not the only one with the eyes on that world title. What that means is I start doing the math, and I think back to WrestleMania. I think one of us wrestlers winners. We don't want to manage to make that win go down. It wasn't me, that was you, my man. So that counts as an L, yeah. With that being an L, that L is short of an A, it's short of a night. Why? Because there can be only one. Everybody saying L-A. Yeah. Right. Like that interruption by from LA 9. How dare anybody interrupt the ring show? Well, Monday Night Raw live on Netflix, headed to the border, Laredo, Texas, next week. And what a show we have in store. Going to see the return
Oh, Joe Hendry has been promoted to Raw. Interesting.
Let's try not to make it forever, okay? You handle your business here, and I'll go be the champion. Let's back down. Keep going, please. What's that? Be ready for it, right? Roman Reigns will be here in a matter of moments. If you take a look at this very interesting fact, Roman Reigns won his first career World Heavyweight Championship last night in his 11th career WrestleMania comeback.
Roman Reigns bringing the Usos out with him.
You reckon the rest of the bloodline might
Don't know.
confront him?
We shall see.
Just a messenger of WrestleMania. We saw CM Punk earlier tonight. What a battle he went through with Roman Reigns. Of course, the Roman Reigns on the WrestleMania post show after the main event had to be experienced. He now had respect for CM Punk. And Roman said, I will never like him. We are not the same kind of person. We have nothing in common. But he stands up for what he believes. the 11th Wrestlemania main event. Cousins out here to celebrate this moment. I said it last night on the air, Corey. This is such a strong in the world when Roman Reigns has stolen.
Excuse me, we have information to suggest that you've been.
One of the dumbest things people.
Wow, that were a rough night, Gigi.
Let's see what Roman has to say then.
The world champs in the ring. I was going to talk about this title. I was going to talk about business moving forward. I was going to talk about the future. But then I ran into my cousin and it just makes sense that we discuss some family business first. I miss having y'all's full trust. I miss having y'all's full respect and love and admiration. I miss doing business. See, right now, this is us, separated status. When we like this, people that see culture run their there's no limits to it. Some rapper from the 90s running his mouth to you. That's crazy to me. You made it in Jey Uso, you the Yeet man. You want to change it. Look at that. That's crazy. You changed the whole environment. You got wash rappers running their mouths to you. That people like this. This ain't us. This is us. It's the power. When we all come together, nobody can touch us. We got the proof of concept. When we're like this, we ran this business for 4 years straight. speak for my brother when I say this. You the OTC, you'll always be our tribal chief. Anytime the bloodline in your city, everybody already knows. The two, we, the one.
Oh, Jacob Fatu.
I said it was a family affair. The Samoan werewolf, Jacob Fatu. What a brutal encounter for Jacob Fatu defeating Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania. There can only be a couple reasons you would come out here. I must assume to acknowledge me. Well, then I guess it's like this. I don't want that title. I need that. It would be clear, not out to be trouble. I need the singular and the private. That rolling forth, be the children in better school. And I'll be right back for my family. Even if I gotta go and do so at
Jacob Fatu wants the championship.
But the question is, if you need me, can you handle the burden of this? But then you have to look at it on the other side. If you can't meet me, can you handle the burden of having to acknowledge me? Stand restricted. It's thin air up here. The footing is not much of it. This is the top of the mountain. What do we do the rest of this week to make fight? I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. I'm not sure you're ready. So I'll see you next week on Monday Night Raw. But Rumble is finishing the final champion.
No, there we go. The Raw after Mania done. I have to say it wasn't the best Raw after Mania. Seems to be the same as it has been the last few years, just very disappointing. I'd say, obviously it was good to see that Sol Ruka had been called up to Raw. Joe Hendry has been confirmed to have been called up to Raw, so that's pretty cool. And Ethan Page, good to see people being called up, but there was no returns. The matches were a bit meh. I don't know, just didn't have the Raw after Mania feeling, but then again, the last few years it just hasn't. So,
Well, at least we saw a Page on Raw.
well,
The Page.
we saw the other Page. She was in the crowd, but she didn't actually say anything. But hopefully next week we'll hear from her, or maybe even on SmackDown. I don't know. I'm really surprised they didn't have her do a promo on Raw. A big return after years, and yet they don't have her do a promo on Raw. That just doesn't make any sense to me. But
Unless
anyway,
she's going to be more on SmackDown, I don't know.
maybe. But the Women's Tag Team Championships are Raw and SmackDown. So, I don't know. But maybe we'll hear from her on SmackDown. Who knows?
And we didn't hear from Brock Lesnar, did we?
No, we just got a video package and that package very much made it seem like it was the end. So, it is what it is. But yeah, there we are. That's your WrestleMania week done. Don't know when I'll be live again. We'll be doing a podcast episode at some point, but I'm not sure exactly when it is. So until then, thank you everybody that joined me for the week long streams. I say week long. Unfortunately, I wasn't live every day this time. I was only live 5 out of the 8 days. I do apologise about that. Just illness and unforeseen circumstances just stopped me from doing every single stream. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed my streams nevertheless. To all of you on TikTok, hope you enjoyed my streams as well. Be making it a regular thing now on TikTok. I'll go live there when I'm doing any sort of stream. So yeah. Anyway, thank you for joining us, and we shall speak to you very, very soon. Bye bye.